saying it's being recorded, just say got it or say goodbye, whatever your choice is. All right, so this is the map thing I wanted to display here. So this is Cal Topo, and if I go full screen, so Cal Topo, this is actually the Caldor fire, and if I zoom out, you can see all the legs of it. It started down here. So their overlays are over here on the right, and what's interesting, so I'll turn some of them off, and so this is just, and it defaults to MODIS plus VIRS, and actually, Al, I'm going to put this link in the chat for everybody because this kind of takes you right to it.
Okay, very good.
And there you go. And it's got the same preferences. Oh no, because I have those off. So let me do a different one. I'll turn fire history and structures back on. And so this will be the better one. I guess it's the same. Never mind. So, so basically, to read this, the red is current hotspots. The yellow were hotspots yesterday. So the yellow grid area is the perimeter of the fire. And so it started off way down here in Pollock Pines and spread from there, and it was pretty devastating in the beginning, and it just went crazy. But it's really stalled out now, and if we zoom in here, this is an area called Christmas Valley. Christmas Valley is right if you're going down Highway 50, you go over Echo Summit and go down the grade, Myers grade. At the bottom, you come to a traffic circle, and that's this where Christmas Valley is the road that's 89 going south to Kirkwood and Carson Pass and all that. Well, and the other thing is this area right, let's make my cursor bigger so everybody can see. That should be more visible. So in this area right here, so this area up here is Desolation Wilderness area, that's Lake Aloha. Well, part of the reason the fire is not in this area is this is all, first of all, it's above tree line and it's all granite. So there's really nothing to burn. And it's super steep hills getting up in there. This is, down here is, it's called Horsetail Falls, and you go on up, and Lover's Leap is on the other side. But what happened is it pretty much came up the Highway 50 corridor. This is Highway 50 right here, and you know it's pretty steep on the sides, but in fact there's lots of trees through there. So it came up there, and then when we look at structures, so I can turn structures on, and this kind of amber looking thing shows you where all the listed homes are and businesses and things. So if we go to fire activity, what happened is it came down and they were doing structure. They can't put these fires out. They basically they put dozer lines to try stop them, but they jump over because these hot embers can go over a mile. And what happened here is they were doing structure protection, and they were really trying to protect Christmas Valley because there's a lot of homes in there. And the fire actually jumped, and it first landed, the first hotspot was right over here, and then it spread. But the best part was it missed most of the homes in Christmas Valley. So you can see here's all the homes in South Lake Tahoe, and that's Pioneer Trail Road that you used to cut across. And the fire pretty much, they're making sure it was going this way. And in one day, it spread from Christmas Valley to right here, and it hasn't moved since very much at all. It's spread out and gotten wider, and that's about it. And Heavenly Valley ski area, the top of Heavenly Valley ski area is right here. So puts it in perspective. And then down here, This is, I've got it zoomed in a lot. This other leg of the fire is, there's the hot spots again. The red ones are today or last night's. This is all done with satellites, and these hot spots, that's how they can tell when fires break out right away, is they use these wonderful satellites. This is all the vacation homes around Kirkwood Ski Area, and then Kirkwood Ski Area is right here. So if I also toggle this one that says fire history, if I turn that on, right in here, you'll notice this was the Caples fire from 2019. And that's why this area is not burning very much at all, just a little bit here and stuff, because it's recent burns. Here's another burn over here. And if we zoom out, you can kind of see there hadn't been a lot of burns along here. This was the Tamarack fire that we had earlier it was late summer. We had this a couple months ago. That was the one that really caused us a lot of smoke a while back, and it burnt over the Sierras. One of the first fires ever to burn over the Sierras and go down the other side. Usually they peak up at the top. The other one I want to show you is the Dixie fire, which is this one right up here. So if I turn off fire history, this is the Dixie fire, and the hot spots are here. Lake Almanor, I have a couple friends with homes around Lake Almanor, and luckily they were okay. There were a few structures that got burnt, but it came along here, and Susanville. It was very close to getting into Susanville, and that would have been very bad because there's 3 prisons there and pretty sizable population. But what stopped it is this fire, the Sharp fire, the Sheep fire from 2020. You notice how that fire is a previous fire there, and the Hog fire kind of kept it from progressing, and it really didn't do too much on the new fire. So where they're battling this now, it looks like it's flaring up quite a bit, is coming south on this arm here. And you get down here, there's finally some structures. So anyway, Cal Topo, now I'm telling you about fires, but this is also a wonderful app and map for hiking trails. For instance, I'll just zoom in here down where I know some trails are. We'll go down to Desolation Wilderness. So as you zoom in, you can see all of these are hiking trails, and they have little mile markers along them and everything else. They even show on some of the hiking trails where the restrooms are located and things like that. So Cal Topo, C-A-L-T-O-P-O, it's wonderful. Well, one thing that you can do is you can also do the wind plot. And it looks like, see, this wind is all going, let's see, it's going north right now, which is interesting. It's going from the south to the north. Let's look at this fire. Not much appreciable wind. The green is not very fast. In fact, I'll move this out of the way for the people that are here. That's the wind in the green is only up to 10 miles an hour. So that's a good thing. The fire itself will make some of its own winds, but this is really interesting that the wind is going to the north. But anyway, just a lot of different things. It's fantastic. I am going to see if I can pull up this other map that I had. And it's, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is that an actual app, or is that just internet-based?
So they have an app for the iPhone and stuff, and it's great for hiking because you can download the maps. The reason it's called Cal Topo, the topographical maps, you can download those. There are free and there's pay in-app purchases on the iPhone for other stuff on that. But you can get a lot of the free stuff for it too. At the break, I'm going to try to pull up this other map that I have that shows us El Dorado County. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't have it up. I had it in previous version. Let's see if I can do this. Let's do history. So this is one here's the map I was looking for. ArcGIS, I'll put this in the chat also. So this is in El Dorado County. These are the homes that, oh, and let's put the legend up. There it is. So if you look on the right here, the red means they're more than 50% destroyed, so that's the red ones. And it's concentrated in this area. Now they actually physically go out and survey each one of these homes, and they haven't done all of them, and part of the reason there's so much loss right in this area, that's where the fire started, and it just blew up like crazy. So fast that they couldn't do structure protection. And if you look at the black, all the black are homes that have no damage at all. So that's really pretty good, and this is up the Highway 50 corridor. And what they did on Highway 50, they have Sierra Ski Ranch, actually it's Sierra at Tahoe. They took their snowmaking guns that they use, and they they turned them on, and they wet down all of and they created so much humidity with the snowmaking guns that it made it so the lodge and everything else is untouched. They did lose one of their concrete block buildings that was where they store the snowcats and things. So both Heavenly and Kirkwood are doing the same thing to make that be. The other thing I want to point out here is this is a fantastic web page. There's not an app for it. I'll put the chat in here. And it's called oss.weathershare.org. And what this does is, if you hover over these are the big freeway signs you see that have the messages. This is a live version of what's on that sign. And it's very, very helpful. And in the wintertime, I use it for road closures and things like that. And then they also have the traffic cameras. The problem is many of the traffic cameras in the fire zone, of course, there's no power, so they're out or they got burnt out. But that's like this is the traffic cam where you saw all the pictures from South Lake Tahoe where people had, where traffic was all backed up. This is at the Y, and you can see it's pretty well deserted. I was in Reno yesterday, and the Reno Convention Center is a shelter for the evacuees. There were about 28,000 people evacuated, so pretty interesting. Anyway, those are some of the tools and tips. And if I go back to the keynote, so that was Cal Topo. The next one was, this is, we've had our air, good and bad. PurpleAir.com is the one that I like the most. There's a ton of other ones, but the reason I like Purple Air is because these are actually, each one of these dots, hang on, I messed up here. Each one of these dots is people that have these sensors at their house. So let's go look at Purple Air right now. And we're just at the beginning of fire season, by the way, just so everybody realizes that. Okay, so where we are here right now, oop, come on. All right, let's zoom out. So we're in the mid-hundreds, not looking too good. So the wind obviously is blowing because the fire is to the right up here. Look at this. In fact, I saw South Lake Tahoe at a 1214 on the AQI. Some of these are up there in the 700s, but this is the stuff, the wind's blowing this way. So this is Placerville, Pollock Pines in that area. And then I think the Dixie Fire is really not as bad as it was. It's just in a kind of localized area. Let's see here. Yeah, and where the fire still is, it's bad, but it's, not that bad. But Purple Air, you can actually get a Purple Air for your house. They're about $250. They just tie into your Wi-Fi, and they send out those messages. I did notice, let's see if it's back online. for a while there, yeah. So these gray dots, like Little Norway here, that one probably got destroyed, or they no longer have internet, or they no longer have power. It's because this one last reported on, oh well, September 4th. Oh no, that's today, but it was, yeah, it's been out for 9 days. So that kind of gives you a little trail of that. So anyway, any questions on Purple Air or the Cal Topo or any of the fires? Because I've followed them pretty closely, because I was, for a few of my friends, I was kind of the conduit, because they were out of internet and having to do different things, and it's just, it's crazy up there. But luckily that fire really has stalled out. They anticipate being evacuated up there another week or 10 days. So somebody had a question?
Yeah, I've been comparing those things. Purple Air is a lot higher. I was looking at Tahoe City a week ago. It was in 900. And Air Now is the government one, the EPA. And 500 is theoretically the maximum, but even the government one is 550.
Well, the problem with the Air Now one is they don't have as many of the sensors.
Yeah.
So these are sensors, and these are specifically at these individual houses. So, you know, you have, the more data, the better, and that's why you can really drill down and see what's going on with this.
Well,
Either way, bad is bad.
I found a report KCRA did to compare that because I was legal compliant.
Yeah.
And they claim that the EPA ones are better.
Oh, obviously they're much more extensive in that, but everything is so local. I mean, it's like you can drive 2 blocks and have different air quality.
Yeah.
So, because that's, and so, you know, take everything with a grain of salt. But I've seen these, like, you know, if we go to the coast, they're probably down at 0. So, but it's just really more relative.
There's an Air Now one in Tahoe City, and
Yeah, but it depends where in Tahoe City is. Where here you have 10 different ones there. So
there were 5 or 6 within a couple of miles.
yeah.
Of Purple Air, and they were all double.
Anyway, that is it. And I really encourage you to use Cal Topo even after the fires are gone, because it really does a great job. And the OSS Weather Share is great for road conditions. So the other thing is, we have built into our Apple devices, we have an AQI. So the AQI, I'm going to look at right now and see what Apple Maps shows on my phone for right here. Yeah, 67 degrees. It's not showing me an AQI, which is interesting. So let me go to the weather app. So on the far right-hand side, I have the weather app there. And yeah, so our air quality here in Arcade right now, it says it's 61, so it's moderate. So the difference being is, if it gets above 100, they show it right at the very top of the screen on your iPhone on the weather app. If it's below 100, they just put it down below where the other statistics are.
The box of AQI we can see.
What?
We can see a box that says AQI 153.
That's not current.
Huh?
This is a screenshot. That's not current.
Oh.
And that's why it says it was 163 here. This, I took it at my house the day it was at, so I could get these. But what happens on the iPhone weather app, it will show you the AQI if it's accelerated here, and otherwise it's down in the lower part. Then this one is the Maps app on the iPhone, and if you go to the Maps app, if the AQI is where you need to worry about it, it will show you down in the lower right-hand corner, which I'll move for the screen here, right down here. I'm going to see if I can remove that. Anyway, the AQI, it'll show the temperature and that, and then on the Apple Maps on the Mac itself, it's down in the lower left, and it will have the temperature, and if the AQI is heightened, it will show that also. So it's just there for your own thing. Now the neat thing is, if you pull up a different city and weather, or if you go on the map to a different location, it will show you the information for that location. It's not going to just show you where you are. So if you went to Salinas, let's say, it would show you the current temperature, and it would show you the actual AQI for down there too.
I saw maybe somewhere with that, they had that on their watch, and it might be IQ, Air IQ.
Yeah, there's ones for the. Yeah, so he's mentioning that you can do it on the Apple Watch. There are specific apps for that. So hang on one sec here. I'm going to adjust this. All righty. Back to that. Move that out of the way. So we're going to talk about accessibility. And accessibility is, it takes on many different forms for Apple and for you interacting with it. It can be physical motor skills, the inability to do different things from a physical impairment or a physical challenge. It can be sight challenge, and it can be everything from us just not being able to see our screen well and we need to zoom everything in, to people that are completely blind and can use the iOS devices. And also the Mac. The Mac allows us to do some different things, so we're going to highlight some of those. Then there's also hearing impaired, and we're going to talk extensively about hearing aids and what can be done with that. So in this, I've got quotes from Helen Keller, who had
Picking up a little bit, Ken.
more challenge for imagine. So what's that?
You're breaking up just a little bit.
You're
better now.
The internet.
Yeah.
Okay. Although the world is full of suffering, it's also full of overcoming of it, the overcoming of it. So we're going to talk about accessibility here. First thing I want to show you is this is an app. This is a video that was put out 8 years ago from Apple. It is very compelling, and it shows you what kind of things can be done because we have this supercomputer that's in our pocket. And there we go.
I've never considered myself a visitor to this community. I'm a son of this community. I work here. This is my home. I have the opportunity as a community health nurse to ensure that there's healthcare available to this very rural setting. That is my goal. I'll try to see 5 to 6 clients a day. Talking about those mothers who need prenatal care, mothers who are ready to deliver, mothers who have young babies at home. We sit down with them and talk about how to ensure that we give the babies the best start of life. I also have an opportunity to ensure that the well-being of the entire family is taken care of. We use Skyscape to diagnose and prevent any complications from setting in. The iPad, it's a resourceful tool. It's a doctor, it's a nurse, it's a public health officer in my bag.
Through this mobile app, we're able to deliver information that's changing every single day. And if we can help physicians to empower them, to provide them with the tools that can create a safer healthcare environment, that is the essence of what Skyscape does. And our goal always is to reach the most rural communities internationally.
The good way to describe rowing is when you see a duck on a Sunday morning, he's just floating along, looking so cute. But underneath the water, his legs are flapping 50 feet. It's crazy, it's not pretty, and that's what I love about it. It's not like any other sport. I am a Paralympic bronze medalist in rowing. My first pair of legs had limitations to them. The feet would not move, so when I got on the erg and stretched my legs out, they would just be sticking straight up. So with this foot, I can connect with it through the Galileo app, and the foot can move up and down to whatever angle it needs to be. Before, if I wanted any changes, I would have to go into my prosthetist office to change the alignment in my foot, and you had to do it on their time. So this app has really allowed me to live my life instead of revolve my life around my prosthetics. It's really hard for girls to be growing up and not being able to wear like high heel shoes because you're limited by your prosthetics. And these feet and my app allowed me to do that. And it's something just small as that, like, changed my life completely.
I had always known from a very early age I wanted to build software. When I lost my leg 3 years ago, I was really disappointed by the lack of technology in prosthetics. My first reaction was, this is something that I would really love to build an app for. The first time I saw live streaming data coming from my prosthesis, it sent a shiver down my spine. I'm like, this is where this technology should be. I can now control a part of my body using the iPhone. And I think that is going to become the standard as this level of care reaches more people.
Long ago, they didn't read and write. They didn't have a pencil and paper to tell a story, so they used to tell stories through their drum dancing. It wasn't easy. I remember a lot of things that weren't easy. When I woke up in the morning, it was frosty. My blanket was frosty. Today, a lot of young people, they lost tradition, culture, language. That's why I'm still fighting for my language to stay alive.
There are many, many American Indian languages that are on their last legs, and they will be gone forever from this earth unless something is done. My mom spoke only Cherokee till she was about 12 years old. But she didn't pass the language on to us. So I wanted to create an app to revitalize languages, to appeal to young people to create new language learners. And that's the only way a language can survive. Most of our clients are in very remote areas. There's really nowhere we won't go to do this. And we actually create an app on site while we're visiting them. So these apps have allowed us to revitalize small languages. And it's a way to put the language back into the home where it belongs.
How cute. My grandmother told me, she said, you can do anything in this world, but never forget where you come from.
Salute, okay. Salute.
Good job. Enrique is 10 years old now. He had been nonverbal his entire life. And then we came across Protocol on the iPad.
And on the very first day, he says, "Hi, Mom, I love you." That was the beginning of my son speaking to me.
I love you. I love you.
And now, after 9 years, I know who my son is. I found out he's funny.
I'm so cool, don't you think?
He is a typical child now.
I think it's very gratifying to be able to make the tools that really help people like Enrique and his family. It's really nice to see how having an app that allows you to communicate can really open up the world in so many ways.
My name is Enrique Mendez.
In a way, it's almost like magic, what's happening.
Can I give you a hug?
I'm pretty happy that I found something that can actually have a really direct impact on people.
I need help. You need help. I'll help you.
Enriquez taught me that given the opportunity, anybody could learn to do anything.
I wish I could change all of healthcare. It's not going to be possible. Can we move the needle in one specific area? And we are.
I don't have a background in programming. I'm just a guy who saw a problem that needed to be solved.
I wanted to make my dent in the universe. I wanted to change people's lives, including my own. It's just amazing to be able to do something you love, which is developing apps, and achieve something that is so meaningful to so many people in all parts of the world, in all walks of life, by doing what you love.
So just a note on that is the lady that was the rower and the adjustment for the foot, it doesn't constantly adjust. So you notice she had it for when she was exercising, she adjusted the ankle angle. It adjusts and stays with that is what it was. And then a little bit about Enrique, the nonverbal autistic kid. That app ProLoquo to Go has been on the iPad for ages. And this was 8 years ago that this was, and it's amazing how much more things are available. But the interesting thing with the ProLoquo to Go app, the way it was before is the kids would have like flashcards and the kids would point to different things on the cards, like I want strawberries for dessert or something like that. Well, the interaction with the iPad does that, and it then speaks for them. Since they're interacting with an inanimate object, there are a few cases, not a lot, but a few cases where the nonverbal autistic kids become verbal because it's less intimidating and it breaks that down. But I also encourage you to think about this because as we get later in life, we know people that may be nonverbal from stroke, and it works great for things like that. So, these have ramifications, and it's just the power of what you have on these devices is just, you just leverage that technology. So, any questions on those things on the video at all too? Because again, I think they're pretty compelling, and every time they get to me a bit emotionally. So often we look so long at the closed door that we don't see the one that's been opened for us. So, Helen Keller, always the eternal optimist. So I'm going to talk about some site enhancements that we have in the iOS. And it's changed slightly from what this is. So on the older OS, you'd go to Settings, General Accessibility. This is to turn on the magnifier. But now you have an app on the phone called Magnifier. That app is downloaded in iOS 14. But generally, if we want to go to accessibility, skip the general part because accessibility is now on the main settings screen. So magnification or magnifier app is wonderful. How many times, like when people used to go to restaurants a lot, you're in a restaurant that has very low lighting, and the menu is dark, and the print on the menu is dark, and it's very small. And this is a perfect implementation of that. Or, we all know our Apple devices. It's usually a silver device with gray writing that's very small when you need to read the model number or the serial numbers and stuff. So the magnifier app works very, very, very well for that. And again, if you go to settings and then accessibility and tap magnifier and then just turn it on. And the beauty of magnifier is once you've enabled it, you simply triple click either the home button if you have a Touch ID phone or the sleep wake button on the upper right hand side, and when you triple click it, it'll come up and it will allow you to go into magnifier. And I've got a little thing on magnifier I'll show you right now. And let's see where that is. It's in the other screen. So basically on Apple, in the Apple support, you have it. So you can add it to your control center too. But like I say, it's an app now. But the thing to use it is it comes up. In fact, why don't I just do a live one here? Let's do it from my phone. It should display okay. I'm going to hook my phone up. Give me a sec here. Yes, of course it won't work. Try it one more time. If not, I will punt. Well, we've got so many moving parts here between Zoom and showing on the projector here, and there we go. All right. So if I triple click my side button, if you have a hearing devices, it would show up there too, but you would click magnifier. So I'm going to click magnifier, and I can zoom it in or out. Let's actually look. Somebody's Ring doorbell just went off. So there's the keyboard on my Mac that we're looking at. You can see you're right there in there. Okay. Whatever that was.
That was me.
Okay. All right. So I can zoom in and zoom out with the little slider control. But what I can do too is, let's just go ahead and it looks like the camera button at the bottom. I'm gonna tap the camera button at the bottom, and that freezes it. It really didn't take a picture, but the beauty of doing this is I can take what I just did, and now I can use my typical zoom to go in and go out. And if I tap the screen, I can save it to my camera roll by just doing that and say save image. But most of the time you don't want to save these, you're just using them temporarily. So then if I want to go back and just get back into live camera mode, I hit the X, and now I'm back into the live mode. So there I can look at these different, like, right, I got, oh, it's the cable I'm on is right in the way. So there we go. And so I'll tap that. And then, of course, again, look at how much you can zoom in. You don't want to get the camera real close. You want to get the camera out where it can focus it and then zoom in afterwards. And you can see all the different serial numbers and things like that. So you can see the flaws in the wood down there. Looks like somebody started to write their name. This is at the podium here. Just tap the screen and hit the X. Now, in a low light situation, I can turn on the light. So I can have it on or off. I can put filters on and all that other stuff. So again, how do we get there is triple click the home button and it'll either go right to magnifier or you have a choice between hearing devices. So let's show you how you get there. You go to settings, accessibility, and then come on down here to, there it is, the third item, magnifier, and you would just turn it on, and then it's available for you. But I'll show you, let me see what the new app looks like. There, you can see in the upper left corner, it's the magnifier app. That's from Apple, and it goes right to it also. Okay, so that is an app, and it looks just like that. It's the little yellow cross right in the magnifying glass. That is an app right on your phone, but you can get to it with triple clicks. Okay. So speak selection is something I'm going to show you here, and it is again in accessibility. So if I go to the settings, accessibility, and I don't want to go to voiceover, I want to go to spoken content. And in spoken content, I go, the one you want on is speak selection, and I also have speak screen on. And and then down lower you'll see you have the tortoise and you have the hare, and that determines how fast it speaks for you. So let me show you how that works. I'm going to go to, oh, this is perfect. So here's I don't know why this came up, but I'm going to highlight. I'm going to press and hold, and I'm going to highlight this paragraph. So now that, because I have speak selection on, I have highlighted this paragraph, and when I tap speak, you can't hear it, of course, because of the way everything works, because of the audio. So anyway, it's speaking it, but let me see if I can get it to play. Let's try this. You guys see what it looks like. Let's just try it by me unplugging. Let's do this. Let's see if I can tell it to play. Oh, did it, you people that are online, did it come through? Did you hear it?
No.
Al?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it's because it's on doing dot connector. Let's just do it this way.
But the sight of the fire on a close ridge, where wind could easily carry an ember to his rooftop, didn't change his mind about trying to defend his own home, even though those evacuation orders absolutely applied to me, Swift said.
Okay, so that was it. Did you guys hear it online?
Yes.
Good, okay. Let's go back and see if I can get the screen up, because I want to show you this other one. And I may have to restart QuickTime.
No speakable content could be.
Okay, well, the other one is what's called speak selection, or speak screen. And it's funny because it's not doing it for me.
Green.
Yeah, I'm not actually able to do it because everything's hooked up. So what it is it's the ability to go into your settings, and it's the one that says speak screen, where you swipe down with 2 fingers from the top of the screen and read the content. Which, by the way, Siri becomes a big component of this. You can go in and in fact, I can do it right now. Al, why don't you send me a text message really quick? Just a quick one.
Sure.
And then follow up that with a email.
Okay.
Okay. Text is there?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, no problem. Al has a typo, but that's okay. So I can say to Siri, read me my most recent text message.
You have recent messages from Al. Al said class. Would you like to reply?
Yes.
What do you want to say?
Thanks. That was better than your first spelling.
Ready to send it?
Yes.
Okay, it's sent.
And
okay,
did you send an email,
no other
Al?
messages.
Yeah, let me see here.
So I'm using Siri to read it to me. So this works on your car. But that thing we showed earlier was where it was speaking the screen. Whenever you're ready there, let me know you
Sure.
sent it. Okay. Read me my most recent email message.
There's one email message.
I'll be with you a second here,
Don't
Ken.
worry about it. I got it. It's really long, but anyway, it'll read it for you. So don't sweat it, Al.
Done.
Okay. It'll take a second to come in. Read me my most recent email message.
Here's an email message.
Nah, it didn't make it in. It's just a delay. All right, let's move along. So we have accessibility on the Mac, and I'm going to bring up some videos on stuff on the Mac too, because the Mac, starting in Catalina and going into Big Sur, has really enhanced accessibility, but the stuff I'm going to show you here applies back even on Mojave. So, like the new 24-inch iMac has a very high resolution screen. But the text is really small, but it's really crisp. So you don't want to just make your text bigger in email or in Safari. What you do is you go in and you zoom your screen, and you go to the system preferences and hit displays, and then it's normally clicked on default. But what you do is you click on scaled, and you choose, and there'll be 3 to 5 different options for size of your screen. Now, the beauty of zooming your screen in is that everything's bigger, but the problem is if you go overdo it, you're going to have to scroll back and forth and up and down to see more things because you're lessening the amount of real estate that you have. So you can try different ones out, and you can always go there, and again, you go to System Preferences, Displays, then you pick whichever one you want. The top one would be what is native. That's what it already is. And this shows you the differences. So this is how much real estate. So the green in the lower right would have much larger text, and you can see it's about half the height and not quite half the width. So therefore that text will be almost twice as big, but you're only seeing that much of the screen. If you go to the gray, you're seeing the text is not as big, but you're seeing more of the screen real estate. Then you go to the kind of red brick color, and then you go to the brick, and that's the original, and that text would be fairly small. And just a quick little difference here, this would be a web page with just 2 different levels of zoom. So see, it's bigger. Even the text on the top on the Finder is bigger. This is original, that's bigger. And so you can have 4 different versions, but you see that you actually do change the amount of real estate that you have available on there. Okay, in accessibility on the Mac, accessibility is it's this human silhouette. You can go in and you can do different things, like people with macular degeneration where they have contrast problems, different things. You can invert the colors, you can use grayscale. There's a tremendous amount of features in there you can do, and you have to experiment with them. But just remember what you did, because you may want to undo it. Sticky keys and slow keys are pretty much a particular thing, but there's tons of different things to explore over there on that side. And the only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. So again, I think it's pretty pertinent with her. So we're going to talk about hearing devices, hearing aids and things. Years ago, I was here doing a class on accessibility, and I talked about hearing aids, and I stressed the point that everybody should go get tested. You can go get a free hearing test at Costco, and you should do it once a year to find out, because if you're in need of hearing aids, it's important to get them, because it will make your hearing loss not progress as quickly. If you need hearing aids and you don't get hearing aids, your brain says, well, you know what, we have other senses of taste, smell, sight that we can concentrate on. Since you don't seem to be using your hearing sense, we need to go ahead and we're just going to submit more resources to those other things, and it will make it worse. And hearing loss is cumulative. So you should address it as early as you can, because it will stem the regression of it, but not completely, but it will help. And the other thing is it just opens up different things. I'm going to show live listen, and and by the way, so I was teaching that class in here, and after I got done with the class, after I made that mention of everybody should go get tested, there was a retired audiologist that was in MacNexus, and she came up afterwards and said, absolutely, that's the most important thing people can do, is if they need hearing aids, to get them. So this is a little thing that Apple put together, and we'll discuss how this works after it.
We decided we had time, and we continued up towards the Bench Lakes.
Bench Lakes?
Yeah.
Right. Are the wildflowers out now?
Oh my God, they are amazing. The Indian paintbrush, the colors, and all those flowers.
So most newer hearing aids that are what's called MFI, made for iPhone, have the ability to do live listen, amongst other things. But the beauty of live listen, and I have a little story that, I'm involved with the other Apple user group up at Sun City, and we have triage here. We call it Open Lab, and a lady came in. I'd never met her, and they just fill out a form, what's wrong with their stuff, and then they wait in line, and then we help them one-on-one. And she came in, and she had something wrong with her MacBook Pro. So she set her MacBook Pro down, she sat next to me, and she turned and she says, you'll have to make sure you speak up. I'm a little hard of hearing. So I immediately pushed her MacBook Pro that she was there to have me fix aside, and turned to her, and I saw that she had hearing aids. And I said, hand me your iPhone and unlock it. So she grabbed her iPhone, she gave it to me, and I went into it. I triple clicked, and sure enough, it was in there. Well, actually, I turned it on through this other path, and I turned away from her with her iPhone in my hand, and I whispered into the iPhone, can you hear me? And she was perplexed, and she said, yes, I hear you great. And I turned back towards her, and she had tears running down her cheeks. Her audiologist that she'd got her hearing aids from never told her about the capabilities of what the iPhone can do with hearing aids. And what she said to me that brought her to tears is she says, I can now go to dinner with my husband and hear what he says. And that was compelling. And that live listen, the way that it works, there's the hearing aids already. If you get a phone call, you hear it in your hearing aids through the phone to the hearing aids. You can hear music through the phone to the hearing aids. But it actually takes the microphone in the phone, and when you turn live listen on, you point the phone at whoever you want to hear, and it, along with doing all the other things it already does normally for hearing aids, it leverages the microphone and it hears the voice go into the microphone and relays it right to the hearing aids. So in a situation just like this, where they're in a very noisy restaurant situation, we all know, hearing aids or no hearing aids, that's the hardest time to be able to hear what the other person is saying. By turning on live listen, you can move the microphone over for the phone and hear the person better. In a situation like this, you could put it on the podium here and hear that. And by the way, that's also a feature in the AirPods Pro. You can turn on live listen on AirPods Pro. Now, I don't recommend leaving live listen on all the time, because if your phone's in your pocket or your purse, you're going to hear other things. And it's not ideal for every situation, but it helps immensely. Mary, go ahead.
Yeah, about how long have the hearing aids been able to do this? So if somebody has like a really old set, can they do this?
So her question is, how long has this been available in hearing aids? So the first thing is, older hearing aids, you can't even have your phone play, you can't even hear phone calls through your hearing aids, so those definitely wouldn't happen. And it's been available in higher end hearing aids to have live listen for about the last 5 years, but it's been a little more prominent in the last 2 or 3 years. But what you have to look for is the model of your hearing aid, and it has to be what's called, it'll say MFI or made for iPhone right on the box, and that means it meets the criteria. I'll show you how you can check that, because the other thing is, beyond just live listen, you can make the adjustments on your hearing aids right in your iPhone directly without the app that your hearing aid company gives you. So it's all specific, and you should search your one on that. Go ahead, Lisa.
So if your hearing aids have MFI, there's no pairing that has to be done?
Yeah, it has to be paired originally, but it's already probably paired from the app you have. Okay. And there's a setting, which if I can get, I'm going to try get my phone in to go see it again. Go ahead.
Just FYI.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was Lisa was asking about pairing and things like that. I need to repeat for the people that are online. Sorry.
My husband just received new hearing aids through the VA.
Uh-huh.
And they are now providing those types of aids.
Great, the MFI? So she said that her husband just got hearing aids through the VA, and they are providing those now, which is great, because it's been a struggle, because for a long time the VA wasn't even authorizing hearing aids, and they do now. So again, and Costco is a great source for it. They have wonderful hearing aids, and they're about $1,500 a pair, and they're fantastic. And it's the Kirkland signature, and they are definitely MFI. So I would look into that. And the other thing is the beauty of being able to adjust the hearing aid from the phone. So for instance, you know, your phone has a location. It always knows where its location is. You can go in and set a location. It's like a restaurant that you go to a lot, and the sound is always the same. You can put a setting in there so that when you enter that restaurant, it will automatically adjust your hearing aids to what you have set there. So it's very, very remarkable. And remember, you can do live listen with AirPods. Now, I would not encourage anyone to do this, and I'm not saying you should or could, but if you're there with some people and you decide you're going to go to the restroom, if you left your phone on the table, you would not want to be able to hear what they're saying about you or anything else anyway. All right, and you guys, do we have any questions online in the chat or anything on any of this stuff? And I don't see any hands raised, so.
Oh, hey, Ken, this
Bev has her hand up. Go ahead, Bev.
Yeah, just a comment, because I have hearing aids, and the brand I have, they went on with with all the mask wearing, it muffles out some of the frequency. And so I can actually go in and select mask, and it heightens up and improves my hearing when people have masks on.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. So, so much of this, because the computers can analyze that stuff, and they could say, okay, let's do, like, for instance, I have the really high-end Beats, they're the Beats, they're the AirPods Max that are noise canceling big headphones like that, and you can adjust those different things. So basically it'll muffle all the noise of the airplane when I'm flying, so I don't hear any of that noise. So noise canceling is pretty amazing. June, go right ahead and ask your question. Unmute yourself. You are unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Please review how to get to live listen.
Okay. Let me see if I have it on my phone, because I don't have hearing aids, but let me just look.
Posted a couple of helpful links in that regard there in the chat.
Yeah,
Okay.
Al does a great job with that, but let me just look and see here really quick. Oh, good. Okay, I'm going to pull up my screen again. Let's do it this way. I'm going to share it directly with Zoom. Let's see if I can do it via the cable. It's trying. Come on, Zoom. I'll bet you I need to quit QuickTime. It is quit. I'll try that again. Come on, phone, unlock. Okay, let's try sharing again. If not, I'll try it via Wi-Fi. So that's not working. Let's do it this way. Excuse the technical difficulties. Oh, I don't want to be on St. Mark's. Hang on, that's part of the problem. Let me switch my, I'm probably going to mess up my Zoom. Darn it.
That's okay. I can use the chat.
Yeah, but I do kind of want to show this. So what the thing is and now that's why we haven't been connected. I'm not on our good Wi-Fi network here. Has my signal been dropping out?
No.
Okay,
been okay
good.
for a while.
Let me click to the other one and see if we can do this. One sec.
June, if you triple click on your phone, does the hearing aid option come up?
It has to be set up on there first, just hang on that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna do, no, that won't do it. So let's go back to that. I'm gonna try QuickTime again. Okay, that's not going to work. All right, actually, we're going to take a break, and I'm going to get on the other Wi-Fi network. So, you guys, if for some reason the Zoom, if it takes us off Zoom, go ahead and come back into the meeting, and we're going to take because we have some, I think we have some snacks here possibly, but we're going to take a very quick. We'll do like a 7-minute break. So we'll be back at 10:20. And if you get cut off, it means because I switched Wi-Fi, just go ahead and come back into the meeting, because it is a very weak signal and I'm not on the right Wi-Fi. So anyway, I'll talk to everybody in a second on that. Al, you might want to change, you might want to save your chat at this point.
Yeah, I'm just about to do that right now.
Okay, let me know when you got it and then I'll switch. It probably will be fine.
I got it.
Thank you. All right, good. We're back live. So now I'm going to try this during, I'll try the test. It says my internet's unstable. Well, yeah, I switched. Okay. Okay, I'm back. We're still on our break, but I'm going to test out the share here. Can you hear me, Al? Anybody?
I hear you.
Yeah, I
Thanks,
do
Beth.
too.
Good, just wanted to be sure. All right, we're live. Okay.
Here from the September 4th, 2021 San Francisco.
Okay. Anybody got any questions? I'm back. Go ahead and ask. You can either raise your hand or just go ahead and unmute yourself. And June, I'm going to go through and show you where that spot is on the phone once everybody comes back in. Al, if you hold it in front of your face, it's better usually.
Yeah, no kidding, huh?
Yeah, well, because it ends up. Oh, it's your mic. I'm sorry. I thought you were holding your phone up.
No, I
Yeah,
don't know.
that's
I
it.
gone through several iterations of this stuff. I had it lower on the stand, and that seemed to get in the way. And I thought this overhead assembly, so I got this nice Rode arm and stuff. But I don't know. I'm considering going back to some kind of stand, or 'cause I got some other fine tuning on my setup here. It's gonna involve more monitors. And I still gotta. It's gonna be in the way.
Well, and by then the new stuff will be out.
Yeah. One more thing to go spend money on here. Hopefully we'll get notification one way or the other about when the actual date's gonna be.
Oh, for the iPhone?
Yeah. Or
Yeah. Well, usually like 1 week. I think they give us the 10 days before they let us tell us about the software, and then
it's
week
usually a
before.
Tuesday, right?
Yeah, it's usually a Tuesday, and we've already had Labor Day now, so we know it's not this coming Tuesday. I hope that it's soon.
You've been using your AirPods Max?
No, not much around the house. I don't listen to that much music and stuff, but I'm really looking forward to them on my upcoming flights. I leave October 30th for Jordan, Morocco, and Egypt.
Nice.
Yeah.
So Ken, what are the travel specifications? Just to be vaccinated and a swab 3 days before?
It depends on the country.
Well, where you're going.
Yeah, so Morocco, if you're vaccinated, there's no requirements. Jordan, I think there's a swab 72 before. No, Egypt is, I think Jordan. So let me see if I can pull up the place, because I was going to talk about that.
What's your favorite mask for on-air flying?
Well, I'm going to use a real, so for me, I'm definitely using an N95, and I have a good one that you have a replaceable filter in it, because I've had my booster, so I'm not too worried about it, but I just don't want to have a positive PCR test so I can't go into these countries. And that's my biggest thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, especially if you can get partway there, like to Morocco without the test, and then you get stymied on the second leg.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pull up right after people come back on the break here. I'm gonna show that because I did that travel presentation recently, and I had one I used, and it turns out it's the kayak one, but it's not interactive anymore. Let's see here.
Well, question then on hearing aids and iPods. I mean, I feel
What?
With hearing aids and
never mind, bad joke.
Oh, okay, got ya. With wearing hearing aids, there's really no reason to have AirPods, it would seem.
Well, that's not necessarily true. It depends on the fidelity of the music you want to listen to, because there are very few hearing aids that have good audio fidelity. And the AirPod Pros have the ability to do noise canceling or not do noise canceling and live listen. But, it would be where in a situation, because your hearing aids are going to give you more spatial awareness of what's going on around.
What I'm wondering, though, is where I have hearing drop off at certain frequencies, the AirPods aren't going to correct for that, so I would miss that if I was using AirPods instead of my hearing aid.
Yeah, but it's just most hearing aids do not have good audio fidelity.
Yeah.
Oh, good. My favorite map is back with this stuff. Good. Okay. So were there snacks, everybody?
There are cookies.
I'm gonna
Protein
run
drink.
Whatever you want. There's a good system, though.
Hello, sweetie pie. Hello.
I've got for the blinds for one of my windows, the tilt thing is really tight, and I was the one who replaced the mechanism.
Al?
Yes.
Yes, Bev. I'm not sure who to address this to, but when I went into the website, MacNexus website, there's a calendar section for the dates of events, and then there's a little blurb that describes it. So it described general meetings as being the third Wednesday, but yet the dates are all in for the fourth Wednesday. And I seem to recall the meetings used to be on the fourth Wednesday, and then I missed the August one because
we had the there was an issue about 18 months ago or there at the Sacramento Realtors where we were having the events where there was a scheduling conflict, and so it wound up getting moved to I guess it was the fourth Wednesday or something, and then we've just recently gone back to the third Wednesday and stuff like a month or two ago. So there may be some confusion till we get back on track. I had the same thought when I was trying to schedule stuff in my calendar and stuff, and I had to actually send an email to Bob White just to clarify what was up. I got so used to the fourth Wednesday.
So historically, the meetings were held on the third Wednesday.
Yes.
That may have been before my time. Okay.
Well, how long you been with us?
2 years.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe. It was just around that time, but you might still have gotten a little bit of that fourth Wednesday action.
But it's far enough removed that it's no longer in memory. I had it all keyed up for the fourth Wednesday in my phone. And then I saw the third Wednesday, and I thought, oh, that's got to be wrong. So I missed the August general meeting.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the MacNexus website should be current. I mean, that's I go there all the time to get the link for this and paste it into my calendar. So
about 2 weeks ago, the calendar section where it shows the actual dates was still showing the fourth Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a recent change back.
Yeah.
You see, I had to get in touch with Bob White just to clarify what was what.
Well, it's nice to know I'm not crazy in that area.
No, we got our insanity in other areas, I suppose.
Okie dokie. I'm back.
Sure like that background. I got a nice screenshot of that when you stepped out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, this is actually, so Bev was asking about the countries because I'm getting ready. So, and I'll go back into the accessibility, but this is a follow-up on last month's class about travel. So I'm getting ready to go to Morocco, Jordan, and Egypt at the end of October. And so this is, in fact, I will put the link in there. Hang on, I'm not sharing my screen. When you said background, it's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you remind me, Al, I can send you that photo.
Sure. It's beautiful.
That's poster worthy.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up to the travel presentation. This is, and I'll put the link in the chat. I have two different ones for this. So this is basically, you look at, let's see here. So you're at the United States, obviously. So then you can hover over Like I'm going to Morocco. So if I click Morocco, it says fully vaccinated enter without restriction. And then you can click show more and it opens up a web page for that. Okay. And this is a kayak one. So I'm also going to, then I go to Jordan. So if I click Jordan, it says most visitor states, so I'll have to provide, even though I'm vaccinated, I'll have to provide a negative COVID test. And then I'm finishing the trip in Egypt, so I can go into Egypt without restrictions, with being fully vaccinated. So it's a great interactive map. The other one I like is Sherpa. So I'll do the same thing here. I'll just say Jordan, for instance, and click it, and I'll put that link in. And it's, do I need a visa? And then it's other stuff. Oh, wait. Travel is opening up. And then it shows see restrictions. So that shows it to you. I'll put this one on there for you, Al, so you can
Okay.
put it in the chat. Okay, they're both in there. All right. Now that I'm back on, I can show my phone. So, all right, I'm doing it via Zoom now. So first off, before I go into the hearing aid thing, I'm going to show you this ability. If I swipe down with 2 fingers from the top, not all the way from the top, 2 fingers, there.
Retired firefighter Diggs and Against Calder Fire Californians are getting the message. When a wildfire comes close, get out when the sheriff orders you to go south Lake Tahoe and the surrounding.
So that's the speak screen. You do 2 fingers, you swipe down from the top, you can adjust the speed there, you can pause it, etc. So, and then when you're done, you can just hit the X. But let's go in and show you the hearing aid settings. So if we go into accessibility and then down to hearing devices, it shows you here, I don't have any hearing devices, but it shows on the screen what you can do and where you set it. So you would tap here where it says MFI hearing devices. And if currently yours are connected via Bluetooth, they would show up and be available there. And then you'll notice that it says triple click the side button because I'm on a Face ID phone, or you would triple click the home button if you're on a Touch ID phone. So again, that's accessibility down to hearing devices. And that way when you triple click the home button or the sleep wake button on the Face ID phone, you get this screen. So you get magnifier or hearing devices. All right. June, did that answer the question you had?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. Let's go back to this. Just shows those screens I was just talking about. And then what you can do is the different controls you can do on that. Not every hearing aid supports this, but you can go in and you can set different presets for different restaurants and things like that. But many people have more hearing loss on one ear or the other, so you can adjust that accordingly here too. Whereas prior to this, you used to have to go into the audiologist every time you wanted to adjust that. And this allows you to do it. And also generally, most of the time, you'll also have an app on the phone from the person who manufactured your hearing aid. This is what the screen looks like with Live Listen. When you triple click it, and you go in and you click live listen, it'll be at the bottom. Now, it takes a while for it to respond. So inevitably, you're going to tap it, and it may not go on for as much as 2 seconds. Don't immediately just hit it again thinking that you missed it. It just takes a little while, and then once it's active, and then you can go ahead and when you're done, you just tap, triple click, come in and tap live listen off also. And some of your basic controls are right on the screen, but you can dig down in deeper and get to more of the controls that way. So any questions on live listen and the hearing devices? I encourage you to try it. It's really hard to do it yourself though, because you're hearing yourself, but you can, you know, convince your dog to bark at a certain time or something like that and see. And we just know cats don't listen anyway. The best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt with the heart. And to me, that's pretty much, I close with her quote is, life is short and unpredictable. Eat the dessert first. So I think we can all get behind that. All right. So I'm going to dig into a couple of, there were some videos here. So it's really hard to show voice control. So I'm going to use the Apple videos for this, and this is under YouTube Apple support. So we're just going to show you on iOS. This goes beyond the enhancements. This is really so you can, and this applies whether you're physically challenged or not. There are a lot of times when you might want to use this. So this is how to use voice control.
With voice control, you can control your iOS devices using just your voice, which is helpful if you have limited mobility. Here's how, starting in iOS 13. We'll cover how to turn on voice control, use gesture commands, navigate with overlays, and pause voice control.
Oh, hang on.
To turn on voice control, open settings.
I apologize. I'm going to start back because I did not have you guys were looking at my iPhone. This is what we need to. Okay. Let's start that again. Sorry about that. Can't blame that on anybody but me.
With voice control, control your iOS devices using just your voice, which is helpful if you have limited mobility. Here's how, starting in iOS 13. We'll cover how to turn on voice control, use gesture commands, navigate with overlays, and pause voice control. To turn on voice control, open settings, scroll down and tap accessibility, tap voice control, and tap set up voice control at the top of the screen. Voice control may require a short initial download before it's ready to use, but after that, it doesn't need Wi-Fi or cellular data to work. Now you can begin navigating your device with just your voice. Let's go over some basic commands. When voice control is turned on, you'll see a blue microphone at the top left of your screen. Let's go to the home screen. Go home. Swipe left. Tap Notes. What can I say? This is helpful if you ever need a hint. Go back. Let's check out Control Center. Open Control Center. Turn down volume. Perfect. To see other commands you can use, just say Show Commands to see a glossary in the voice control section of your iPhone settings. There are 3 kinds of overlays you can use with voice control. They make it easier to interact with on-screen elements like buttons or sliders. Let's say we want to take a photo. Open Camera. To show the names of the buttons on screen, say Show Names. Tap Filters. Swipe left. Ah, that's the one. What if we want to tap somewhere on screen to focus our image? Show Grid. This is helpful if you want to interact with a specific point on screen. Let's focus in on grid 11. 11. 7. 5. There we go. If you don't know the name of a button, you have other options too, like number labeling. Show numbers continuously. This will keep number labeling dimmed on screen until you speak a command. You can say, hide numbers when you're done. We can take a photo by tapping 8. Tap 8. Ta-da! Depending on the app or situation you're in, different overlays may make more sense than others. Numbers are helpful when there are a lot of elements on screen, like in Safari. If you want to stop voice control from listening, you can say, go to sleep, to pause it while it runs in the background. To have it start listening again, just say, wake up. Once voice control is set up, you can also use Siri to turn it on or off. Now you know the basics of how to navigate your iOS devices using just your voice. For more helpful iOS accessibility tips, check out our playlist or click another video to keep watching.
Nice video.
Yeah, they do such a good job. So then to take it one step further, this is how to edit text with voice control.
With voice control in iOS 13, you can use dictation to enter and edit text with your voice, which is useful if you have limited mobility. Here's how to use dictation, edit text, and use dictation, commands, and gestures together. Before you start, install iOS 13 or later on your device, and make sure voice control is turned on by going to your accessibility settings or by asking Siri. If this is your first time using it, check out the links in the description below to learn how to get started and use basic navigation. We're going to start by sending a quick message, but these commands will work in any app you can type in. When voice control is active and listening, you'll see a blue microphone in the top left corner of your screen. To enter new text with dictation, make sure you're in an active text box and then start speaking. By the way, comma, cake or flan, period. Don't forget to include punctuation as well. Oops, need to delete something? Delete previous character. This command will delete the last character you entered. You can also delete your last dictation by saying, undo that. Let's try again, question mark. To edit something at the very beginning of a text field or document, you can move the cursor. Move to beginning. Oh, ellipses. That's better. Tap send. Voice control allows you to edit existing text and make even more corrections. Let's add a new item to this note. Main activity, party clown. You can easily replace a word or phrase if you change your mind. Replace party clown with giant piñata. Need to make another correction? Voice control understands commands like move up 2 lines. Select previous word. Capitalize that. For a list of helpful commands, just say, show me what to say. These suggestions will change depending on the app you're using. Say, tap done to go back. If you want to correct a word, you can ask to see a list of suggestions. Select confetti. Correct that. These suggestions could be to correct spelling, show similar words, or even show relevant emoji. Say a number to make a correction. 4. If you want to stop voice control from listening for dictation, like if you're in a noisy environment, say command mode. This will pause dictation, but will stay active for navigation commands. To turn dictation back on, say dictation mode. Voice control can tell the difference between general dictation and commands, like to open an app or tap a button. Open messages. Tap iMessage. Happy birthday! Exclamation point. Looking forward to seeing you Friday night. Cake emoji. Long press send. Tap screen. Swipe left. Swipe left. Tap send with balloons. And there you have it, a hands-free way to type and edit. For more about Apple's accessibility features, subscribe to the Apple Support channel or click another video to keep learning.
That's pretty thorough.
It is, and it does such a good job. So this further does your navigation. So I want to, and again, it does so much better of a job than I can ever do showing it. So,
Yeah.
and now what I'll do is I'll get you the links for all of these so you have the right.
Yeah, I think I got quite a few in there. I was
Okay,
following you
good.
along there.
All right, so a couple more videos.
VoiceOver reads everything on your screen aloud, so you can use your iPhone or iPad without seeing the screen. If you are blind or have low vision.
Now, this is not for everyone. I just want to show you the capability. And I don't know that this will be that necessary.
This feature helps you navigate your device. Here's how to get started. You can ask Siri to turn VoiceOver on or off instantly, add it as an accessibility shortcut, or in Settings, scroll down and tap Accessibility, tap VoiceOver, and then tap the switch to turn it on.
Most people will get frustrated if you do this and you don't need it. So we'll just go through this one quickly.
VoiceOver on, Settings, Accessibility, back button.
When VoiceOver is active, your device will read out what's on your screen, and the way you navigate will be slightly different. Let's go to the home screen. If your iPhone or iPad has Face ID, slide up from the bottom edge of the screen. You'll feel a gentle haptic response and hear 2 rising tones to let you know that you've completed the gesture. To go to the home screen on an iPhone or iPad with a home button, just press the home button. With VoiceOver on, touch the screen anywhere to hear the item under your finger.
FaceTime. Double tap to open.
This works with almost any word, feature, or app name. You don't have to tap directly on something to locate it. Instead, quickly swipe right or left with one finger anywhere on the screen to find the item you want, and VoiceOver will read out each item as you swipe.
Calendar, Wednesday, March 24th, photos. Camera.
You can also drag your finger over the screen to hear every word that you touch.
Maps, notes, books, home, doc, messages.
Double tap anywhere on the screen to open or activate an app, link, or button.
Messages, edit, button, compose, button, messages, heading.
So first she touched on messages and then double tapped anywhere. So the first tap you do, like normally if you don't have VoiceOver on, you tap messages one time and it opens up. In this case, you hover over and it was on messages, and then you double tap anywhere on the screen, and that's what activates it. So that's where it gets a little confusing.
Search, search field, dictate, button, conversations, Eliza blog.
To have VoiceOver pause reading a section of text, tap once with 2 fingers.
That's what I was thinking. I remember her saying that.
Tap once with 2 fingers again to have VoiceOver continue reading.
Her favorite type of cake growing up was pineapple upside down cake.
Now let's open Control Center. Tap the status bar at the top edge of the screen.
9:41.
And slide up with 3 fingers anywhere on the screen.
Control Center, airplane mode, switch button, off.
On an iPhone or iPad with Face ID, you can also slide down from the top of your screen until you feel a single haptic response and hear 2 rising tones. If you want to return to the previous screen, move 2 fingers back and forth 3 times quickly, making a Z. Let's check out our open apps using the App Switcher. If your iPhone or iPad has Face ID, you can open the App Switcher by sliding up from the bottom of the screen. Keep sliding upward until you hear 3 rising tones and feel a second haptic response.
App Switcher, nodes, active.
To open the App Switcher on an iPhone or iPad that has a home button, just double-click the home button. If you have multiple apps open, swipe left or right with 1 finger to browse through them.
Nodes, active. Weather, active.
If you need to force close an app from the app switcher, swipe up with 3 fingers. When an app is closed, VoiceOver will read the name of the next app in the app switcher.
Clock active.
Now you know the gestures you need to start navigating your iPhone or iPad with VoiceOver.
VoiceOver reads your screen.
To find out more about the accessibility features on your Apple devices, subscribe to the Apple Support YouTube channel or check out our accessibility playlist to keep learning.
So that won't apply to a lot of people, but I just really wanted to show the capabilities. You know, I haven't looked at this one. Let's try this really quick. It's 42 seconds after
Guys,
the ad.
I'm so excited. My new nonstick pan just came in from Maiden.
I'm excited
the
for
award-winning
her.
cookware company.
Hi, this is Gary with MacMost.com. Let me show you how you can almost completely control your Mac with your voice in macOS Catalina.
Oh, this is 8 minutes. Let's come back if we have time on that. I think we will. I thought that was the ad that was that long. That's not very, oh, that we've already done or looked at. All right, so VoiceOver with the Mac, I'm going to show you this one. This is an Apple produced one, and it's quite good.
Voice control is a breakthrough feature that gives you full control of your devices, with just your voice, period. It's a whole new way to do everything you love, period. Like this. Correct love. 16. Open photos. Scroll up. Show numbers. 13. Click share.
So when it said show numbers, it basically creates an overlay of things on the screen, and you speak which one you want it to click on.
3. Tim, next field. Let's ride this one today. Thumbs up emoji. Click send. Open maps. Show grid. Long press at 20. Open app switcher. 4. Tap share. Tap Tim. Tap send. Hey, good to see you. Open music, turn up the volume. All right.
So that was how to do voice control on the Mac, and it's really enhanced in Big Sur, and you can do all kinds of text editing. Those are things that we do with Dragon Naturally Speaking and things like that, but it really is deep. Not only can you navigate and control, you can use Siri to launch different apps, and then once you're in there, you can use that voice navigation, and it's amazing. But then it takes some, just like when we all started typing. I remember I had a summer school junior high class, I think it was, to learn typing, and I hated it, but it was an investment because I'm glad that I learned. I'm not a touch typist by any means, but learned the keyboard. And so just like investing your time in learning dictation and learning Siri, it's learning these controls and learning what you can do. It can type like crazy and do very, very good things for you. And not just for if you have impairments, it's sometimes much, much faster. So accessibility takes deep dives. I'm actually trying to learn all of these voice features and stuff. I'm pretty much not there yet. I'm still at the very frustrating level of it, but it's got huge capabilities, and I think it's fantastic. So anybody, let's see if there's any questions in chat. Al's put the links in, fantastic. And most of these videos, so I'm gonna show you where to go. If I just go to YouTube and I type in Apple support, like I had somebody who just got an Apple Watch the other day, and Apple's not doing the classes there, and she wanted to know how to use the Apple Watch. Well, I just did a thing and I said, Apple support, Apple Watch. And I put Apple support because that's Apple's YouTube channel. And if we put that in there, here it is, Apple's YouTube channel. They have 305 videos in there. So if I click on that, this is a huge resource. How to unlock your iPhone with the Apple Watch. Share an iCloud calendar. In fact, I need to forward that to a client who just sent me an email yesterday. So he and his wife can share a calendar. How to reset. All these things are here, and they're all Apple quality videos. And you can see it's Apple with a check mark. These are all produced by Apple. Now, iMore, MacMost, some of the other sources that do that kind of stuff is really, really, really good. Oh, actually, am I not subscribed to it? I need to subscribe to it. That way I'll find out when new ones come up. And the nice thing is the Apple ones, they don't have commercials in them. So, and if you click on videos, anytime you're if you're in somebody's channel, you click videos, it sorts it by most recent. So the Share iCloud calendar they posted it 3 days ago, and it's already got 13,000 views. So how to manage subscriptions, different things. So there are all 305 videos. Actually, while we're at YouTube, I want to point out another channel that I follow this. There's this guy, this pilot out of Grass Valley, Blanco channel. This guy I started following when the Oroville Dam, where there was a problem. This guy is an American Airlines 777 pilot, an international pilot, but he's got his own couple private planes and stuff. He's out at Grass Valley, and he was doing flyovers of Oroville and keeping you up to speed on what was going with the dam and even the rebuild. He'd go over and from the air just do different things. I'm just trying to look here. He also does different airline things, but he's been keeping up on the fires, and he'll fly them, or he has a lot of resources. Just trying to go back. How was the Oroville? Oh yeah, these were the Bear Fire. We need to dance. Somebody had that. We need to go through and mute some of these. Okay, we're good. Anyway, Blancalerio channel is great, and he just a really good guy. And he was going and he'll show like the Dixie Fire there and the Caldor Fire, and then he also, because he used to work for Cal Fire as a pilot on the fire planes, so he's really got an intimate knowledge of that. Blancalerio, the guy's name is Juan Brown. Really nice guy. All right, I am open. Gosh, I don't have a ton more content. A couple of things I should bring up. We're a volunteer-run organization, and you still have a chance, if you do it quickly, to volunteer to help out the organization. If you're online, you can send an email to Bob White, and he can get you a form really quick that you can fill out. We do have another spot on the board available that nobody has self-nominated for. We only do self-nominations, so don't think that it's that you're waiting for someone else to nominate you, because that's not how it works. And the elections will be coming up when do the emails go out, Bob, on the elections?
With all the details, somewhere around August.
No. What I'm saying is when we're going to have the elections, the ones about that. The elections start October 1st, is it?
October 1st up until the day of the meeting.
Okay, fantastic. And the other thing is, gosh, that was it. Let's see. I don't think we have anything else, but let's see if there's any. Let's see, participants, go ahead and raise your hands. Anybody here have any questions? Even if it's not related to accessibility or anything else. We have time because I'm pretty ahead of schedule here, which is unusual for me. Well, I guess what I can do too is I can play that one video that was like 8 minutes long. So let's do that.
You want to talk a little bit about
Oh, yeah.
coming up?
Yeah, that was the other thing. So what we've got is with sometime in the next few weeks, we're going to find out that the new iPhones will be released. We think there might be a new iPad mini. We think a little bit after that, it'll be. So the way it normally works is the second or third week in September, we'll get a new version of iOS. It'll be iOS 15. And then a week after that, the new iPhones will be released. And possibly one new iPad mini. We're not sure if it'll be then. And then indications are a week or two after that we will then get macOS Monterey. And then coupled with that, there's talk of a new MacBook Pro, 14 and 16 inch. And so we'll see about those. People always say, well, why don't they announce that when they announce the iPhone? The iPhone event needs to kind of stand on its own, and you have to understand it's not us Mac fans are the audience there. The audience on the Mac iPhone release keynote is all the media and the rest of the world, because there are so many more people that have iPhones than any of the other Apple devices. So it stands on its own, and they don't want to take away from that. They want the full attention gone to that, and they try to keep that event fairly short also. But they've already talked back in June about the iOS features that are coming. They'll announce the features that they hadn't released yet on iOS 15 and then go from there. So
can we have a request to speculate about the Apple Watch, what may be coming on the Apple Watch from Lynn?
Okay. Well, that's kind of interesting, and I'll give my take, and then I think Al keeps up on that pretty well. There's everything from saying that it can do the dishes, it'll cook your food for you, to connect to your mind and make your own grocery list when you say, okay, I'm going to do this. So what really the Apple Watch is now a huge success. It started off very slow, as do many new things with Apple. Believe it or not, even when the iPhone first came out, it was a slow take-up. It really was. There's some implications with that, and of course, people said, "Oh, well, it has to have a keyboard and all this other things." But the Apple, in fact, we'll go to Apple here. The Apple Watch does great for heart rate. It does electrocardiogram. It does some other fitness thing. It does breathing now. It also checks your pulse oximetry levels, your percentage of oxygen. And they're always doing things to expand that, because that's what they're doing. Is Apple is leveraging into the medical market, because that's a huge field. Everybody needs that stuff. So we know they're working on a glucose monitor. They're also working on a body temperature monitor. They're working on some other things. So what happens is someone hears the rumors of them doing that, and then they think, oh, that's going to come out the next time they have an Apple Watch. But you got to remember, especially with medical related things, it's a long process, because you don't want to get it wrong, and you only have one chance to get it right. So they take their time on that. The more solid indications are that the watch will have, the face will be a little bit bigger, and the edges will be more squared off like it is on the new iPads and the new iPhones and things. And that'll give it a little bit more readability on the screen. As far as the sensors, they keep that pretty close to the vest, and we'll see. Now, the other thought is whether Apple Watch will take the stage with the iPhone announcement, or whether it will be when you have the iPad announcement and all the other announcements too. So Al, go ahead and say what you've kind of...
No, I think you hit it nail on the head. Scuttlebutt is about the slightly larger space. The form factor, the footprint will probably be the same, but as they're doing with the iPads and stuff in the last couple of years, they'll decrease the bezel size and give us a little bit more real estate. It's my understanding that the watch bands that you have already for your previous watch should still fit. Thank goodness, since I have like about.
I heard a rumor the other way, so we'll see on that.
Really? Okay.
I tend to agree that it should work just fine, but we'll see.
Since I have 3 dozen or so, I hope they say the same. But,
well, Al, just go buy a new watch. If you go buy a new watch band right now, then they'll change it.
Yeah.
So that's taking one for the team. But
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and get that message to Tim Cook right away for us?
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, like he's gonna listen to me, right? I just send money. Money.
Exactly.
And
Apple stock did hit an all-time high again in the last week, and
never gets old.
Keeps going. And they're doing more and more with services and things like that. So it's
on its way to $3 trillion company.
Yeah. It's over $2.5 trillion now. So
yeah,
pretty good. And were there any other questions in chat? Yes. Oh, Mary, I didn't see it. Sorry. Go ahead. Mary has a question. A live question.
A live question. Yesterday, NPR did a story for, I think it was the Fools, what are the
Motley Fool?
Yeah, the finance people, about Apple opening up the App Store to the developers and all of that, and the wall. Can you talk about?
Sure. So Mary said there was a statement, either NPR or Motley Fool, something about Apple, quote, opening up the App Store and things like that. Well, yeah, that's been in the news. So, yeah, it's a great question, but let's go back a little bit of history. So when the App Store started, well, for the iPhone, you have to remember the iPhone initially only came with the apps that Apple had. And if an app developer wanted to develop an app, they could develop an app, and it would be what's called a web app, which would mean that it uses Safari, but it had things to do, fully functional apps, and there was no charge. It was free. Well, hard for developers to pay to leverage that. So Apple saw the future of the iPhone and wisely developed an app store for the iPhone. And the way it works is, previously, software developers, think back to the old days. They would put it in a box and put it on a shelf at CompUSA, and then you would buy the application from CompUSA, and CompUSA would get their cut, and Apple wasn't involved in it at all, and Apple could endorse it or not endorse it. And then Apple had their own apps too, and many times they would develop their own things. You look at Final Cut Pro, the old FileMaker, Claris, things like that. So Apple was in that market also. But it was really expensive for an application developer to get the box, get production. And back then, we didn't really have the internet either, so it's not like they could update the apps really easy. And that's when user groups like this came along, and you would be able to get the new version, and people would share the CDs, not to pirate the app, but to do the updates and things like that. So they were really, really needed for that. Well, the internet made that so it works much, much easier now. But when the App Store came out, so the other thing is, let's just say an application manufacturer, XYZ Widgets, wants to make their app. Well, if they charge for it, they have to market it, they have to store it on a server, they have to be worried about doing updates, they have to make sure their server doesn't get hacked, the credit card stuff doesn't get hacked, and all that other stuff. And they also pay about 3% to the credit card company to do the transaction. So the cost of doing business was less than when you had to put it in a box and doing that, but they're not getting it out everywhere. So with the App Store, Apple said, hey, we'll do all the heavy lifting. You just build the app, and we'll take 30% off the top. And of that 30%, that covers the credit card charge, that covers hosting it on a server, that does a lot of different things. And the app developers thought this thing was the greatest because it actually saved them money. And it became very successful for them because now all of a sudden they have this huge audience where before they would have had to market to the audience, and they're just there. It's right there for the taking. And the other big thing is the Apple App Store is considered a walled garden, is what they call it. That's what you're referring to. The walled garden means that Apple curates it. So Apple controls that somewhat. The apps have to pass muster with Apple because we, as Apple users, do not want to have our devices compromised with malware, with viruses, with all of that. So Apple has certain criteria. Now, Apple has gotten to be, and you got to remember, Apple was a small player in computers back then and also in phones. They weren't big. Well, anytime you become big, you get a target on your back. And you know what they say, the pioneers are the first ones with arrows in their backs. And what Apple now, so what they're doing is they're saying, well, Apple's monopolistic and they're charging too much for their app store. Well, it's really simple. If you don't want to have your app in the app store, don't do it. You can still build a web app if you want, but there is a cost of doing business for that. But where it came up is the different things. Let's say you have Netflix as your app on your phone. Or Amazon's a good example. For Amazon or Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, any of those things like that, anytime you purchase it through the App Store, Apple takes 30%. So what they were trying to be is everybody is the exact same fee no matter what. Well, it makes it's a little harder for Netflix to say, well, we want to give up, $3 a month for that to do it. So they let you sign up for Netflix outside of the app, but they sure let you use the app. And Apple hosts that Netflix app for free. So there's a lot of apps that Apple's getting 30% of whatever they charge. And remember, a lot of those for the longest time were 99 cents. But you've got the Amazon app, you've got Google, you've got Chrome, you've got all of these others that are free. Apple's hosting those, and there's costs involved with that. They still have to vet the apps and things like that. So it's, my personal feeling is, you still have a choice not to use it, and it's not monopolistic because you can go to Google Play, and believe me, the Google Play Store is like the Turkish bazaar, because you don't know what you're getting, you don't know what you're paying for, you don't know how well it'll work, and you surely don't know if you're going to get a virus or a compromise from it. So those things all have a cost. Now, Apple has gotten a little bit more, they're trying to stem it a little bit, and they've now made it so they make agreements with different types of companies, so they're not doing the full 30%. And they did it as long as they could, and I really think that however you play on that. So like, for instance, the same thing applies to the Mac App Store for some of the photo programs. So a lot of these people, the other thing is, Apple has done some great things that allow, like I can go into Photos and I can use all kinds of different photo manipulation apps right in Photos and get full effect, where before you used to have a standalone program. But this way, because Photos can be tied to the cloud and everything else, you can do all that manipulation. So they have this cross communication that's involved there. But at some point, Apple limits some of that stuff because it could be a point of vulnerability. And Apple's biggest thing is your privacy and your security. And that's a huge deal. So they have to limit that in some way. But they're trying to be a little bit proactive about it because there is some stuff happening. But again, I frankly think I think that it's good that they have it, and it needs to be a walled garden. It shouldn't be the open Turkish bazaar, because we would become vulnerable at that point. And so that's my own feeling. I think that it's and things change as you go along. And I think other companies are trying to realize that security and privacy means a lot to people. And that's why Facebook complained because Apple came out with this thing where it says, we want to have people have the choice of being followed in the app or not being followed. So Facebook, who makes all their money by your information and selling it to other people, objected to that and thought this was just terrible and all that. Well, you can still choose to let them follow you if you want, but all Apple was doing was giving you a choice, and Facebook didn't like that because Facebook knew that virtually everyone would opt out of agreeing to be followed. So it's in its infancy and it's changing all the time. And I should make note that the controversial thing that Apple is looking at doing and said they were going to do is the ability to scan the photos inside your app and look for child pornography. That's on hold at this point, and it's been misreported across the board how that thing was to work and everything. And remember, Apple is all about your privacy and your security, and child trafficking is a big thing. And I think they were trying to address it, but it just didn't come off right. And so they've held off on it now. And but don't believe everything you see in the headlines. We all know in politics how much fake news there is out there and very little real news. It's the same thing about that kind of stuff. So great question. And Al, do you have anything to add to that?
No, not really. I tend to agree with you about. I'm comfortable with Apple's walled garden configuration. Security and privacy to me rank really, really high. The bad guys out there, if we don't have some way to vet the programs that are out there, we're going to be pretty vulnerable. And bad guys get they get better every day. And so we need to have smart people looking at these things to vet what gets posted and what we have available to us. And I think 30%. I'm sure they've given some breaks to some companies, I guess. Scale wise, I think is my understanding, don't they? To like Netflix and some other folks to for payments. And
if the app developer doesn't like it, the app developer can raise their price.
Yeah.
And then we choose whether to purchase that app or not. And and then now there's subscription models. That's the whole other thing that's come up, and Apple allows the app developers to do subscriptions. A
lot of it's
I think it's a great, and again, in the beginning, you got to remember, the majority of the apps we had were all free in the beginning because everybody thought this was great. And then there were 99-cent apps, and then there were $1.99 apps. And, it's, and there are apps where the app is free, and then I call it the drug pusher approach. The app is free, and then once you decide you like it, they can actually, you can get more features and things like that. And if you think about gaming, which I'm not a gamer, that's how they do it in gaming. You can buy more lives and things like that. But it's a whole other market out there, and it's huge, and it's big money for Apple, but I really think they're doing it the right way. And I think that most app developers, they've gotten big enough now where they're saying, well, we don't need that. Well, let's go back to the old days when 30% looked very, very appealing to you, and you didn't create this market. Apple and Apple's customers created that market. Mary, go ahead.
On that newscast, they said something, there was pressure from foreign countries to open it up.
Yeah. So what she's saying is that
one of the reasons that they were trying to come to some agreements.
Yeah, so Mary brings up that in that report they were talking about European countries were doing, and again, there's pressure around here too, but it's really they're looking at it from the monopolistic kind of thing. So Apple's being smart about it. They're actually trying to make some concessions and nip it in the bud so that it thank goodness Apple is as rich of a company as they are, so they don't have to just roll over on this stuff. They can do what's right for the company, they can do what's right for the customers, and address these things and pursue it legally. And so, yeah, it's, and it'll, just like anything else, it'll go away and it'll be something new the next time. So, anyway, but yeah, it's, frankly, I think it's a great setup, and it's made it really, really good. And the reviews are true on the Apple ones. You don't get a lot of fake reviews and stuff like Amazon and stuff. But it sure beats the old days of having to go to what used to be computer stores and going and buying software and not even knowing what it's going to be like or how good it's going to operate. So, great question. Good comment too, Mary. Anybody else? Any other questions, comments? Feel free to comment on that stuff. And again, let's see.
Ken, what is the
we got a
status?
question Go ahead, Al.
There was I think there's a question about the when the local stores. See, Bertie was asking, will local Apple stores eventually resume on-site instructions for purchases of MacBooks and Apple Watches?
Yeah, well, they kind of started to, and then they're back. And I mean, this Delta variant has really concerned a lot of people. And a lot of that, so Apple is more conservative than even the counties that they operate in. So first and foremost, it's by the county, because the other thing is you got to remember that it's very hard because these are one-on-one situations, and it's hard to limit that. So all I can say is it's a wait and see. I mean, it's telling because Apple had planned to have all their employees in the offices return to that, and they've held that off now too. So I can speak from people I know. My best friend is an emergency room doctor up in Fallon, Nevada, and he's also medical director for 2 hospitals, one in Fallon and one in Susanville. And it is severe. They are out of hospital beds, not just them, many hospitals. He had 2 people come into the ER one day. One person had a hand injury that was so bad they were going to have to amputate. And they called for 7 hours up to 1,500 miles away and could not find a hospital bed to transfer that person to.
Wow.
The other person came in, was having an aneurysm, and it's the same thing. And there is to the point now where the large hospital in Reno called Renown, if you show up with a heart attack, they're going to give you medication and send you home because there's no beds. Now, I'm not, and this guy that's my best friend is the least alarmist person I know in the world. We ski together. He's a race car driver. He's not one of those that's an alarmist, but he sees it every day. So, and the part of the problem with the load on the hospitals is, yes, COVID is a load, but so many other people are out being active and stuff now. So you have the normal loads for the hospital of the car wrecks, or the person that goes down on a dirt bike or a bicycle wreck or things like that. So it's not like when COVID first hit that most people were afraid to go to the hospital. So therefore the hospitals had really low loads. We're back to the normal loads there, but adding to it is the COVID. And I think it's everybody's right to decide whether they want a vaccine or not. But it's the people that are having to be hospitalized. The huge majority are people that aren't vaccinated. Vaccinated people are catching COVID, but they simply just go home, and it's pretty much like a cold. So I don't want to get into that whole thing, but it is something to think about. So. And you had a question. I'm sorry, and then I'll have you, Bob.
This is a dumb question. Something's bothering me for 30 years, and I've learned to get around it.
Okay, we have a 30-year question that's brewing here, so I can't wait to hear this one. Boy, let's see. That was back before the internet, so let's see. Go ahead.
So in the Finder, there's a big gap between the file name and the date or the time. And I know you can go in on individual folders and change that. I want that gap to go away everywhere. I'm sure there's gotta be a way to do that.
So when you're in the Finder, let me go ahead and bring the Finder up.
Good question.
Because I want to make sure I'm finding out. So in the Finder,
Yeah. So there's that gap between the name and the date modified. Now,
right here,
yeah, well now there's no date.
you can adjust those.
Yeah, but I can do it every time. I don't want to.
No, it'll stay. If you actually close this window now, okay, watch this. I'll put it over all the way.
Yeah, okay.
And then let me close this window first. So if I close this window,
Yeah.
and now I come back to Finder, did it stay? Hang on, let me see. Let me go extreme. Oh, it didn't stay. There's in Finder Preferences, let me move this thing out of the way. General. I thought, and again, I'm in Big Sur, so it may not may not work right.
I didn't find something to find it once, but I think it was an individual folder thing. It only stuck to one.
Yeah, it used to be when you shut the Finder window, it would come back to where it was. I'm eliciting any input for anybody else that has that question.
See what the problem is.
Well, no, the idea is if, let's say you just change the spacing here, like to that, on the column, that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
And now if I shut this window, and I come back and open it, it reverts.
Yeah, and the problem is we got a lot of windows open. You don't want the Finder to take up your whole screen, so.
Well, the size of the window, I think, stays.
Yeah.
Let me check that.
Yeah, I mean, but.
Let me make sure I.
Stuff scrolls
Oh, hang on. I
the screen.
close this. So now I've got this window open, and now when I hit it again, see, it remembers the window size. It just won't remember that column width.
But I don't want the window to be big. I want.
Well, no, if you shut, so if depending on what size I do this window at.
But doesn't it go off the edge of the screen then? I don't know. It didn't.
So here we go.
Yeah.
So here we go. I got a little one like this. I hit this Finder window. Comes back with whatever it was. The window size will stay.
Hello?
I just can't get this column thing to do it. But what you have to do is you actually have to close the window, because if you have 3 or 4 windows open, it'll remember the last one. So make sure that you get the window the size you want with it. And now I'm not seeing the darn sidebar. Now you messed me up and I don't have my sidebar. Wow. So there's show view options too. Oh man, now I'm angry. Let me see. Oh God. I hate when I don't have it. Window.
Probably a way of resetting it using the terminal.
Here it is, show sidebar. For some reason that took it off. So that's show sidebar. But the other thing you can do is like another thing, and when we go to view, and if I make this window active, and I go to view, show view options, you can do different things on here. You can say what to show, and like calculate all sizes. You can have that on there. This is in recent, so I won't do it. Let me go to downloads, for instance. If I go to downloads, calculate all sizes is one you want to do. And that way I can sort by size if I'm looking for what to dump and not to dump. So again, that's under view, show view options, and then you've got all of these. Okay?
Yeah, there's probably a terminal command to fix that.
to do this thing, yeah, to keep it, there might be, or there's some aftermarket thing that'll do that. But the window size is what it sounded like you wanted. If you just close the window with whatever it was before, it'll do it. But I think it won't do it if it's scrolling off the side, because if you change your window resolution size, it'll do that. So, okay. We got any other questions on? Oh, Mr. Rest, go ahead.
Do you have any general comments on virus protection at this point?
Virus protection on a Mac?
Yeah.
Don't need it. I would recommend running malware bytes every so often, and it's not that you get malware, you might get adware. But that's if you keep your system updated. And I would recommend using Safari if you're on Mojave or newer. And virus protection on a Mac it's just not needed. So thank goodness. That's because we have this walled garden that the developer pays 30% for. Any other questions? Go ahead.
There's going to be triage because I just got a new MacBook Pro.
Yeah.
With Big Sur.
And did you call to make an appointment for triage?
No.
Yeah, you need to call and make an appointment because since there were no appointments for triage, it was canceled.
If you read your flash, you would see you can't call anymore.
Or not
Email.
call, email, I'm sorry.
Because Jim's on, I'm not putting my phone number out there.
Right, that's fine.
Well, I'll hire you for a consulting session. If you have time.
Well, if it's set up a new Mac,
Yeah.
it's so easy because if you have an old Mac and you have Time Machine, you just plug the thing in and answer 4 questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm wondering about, because a lot of the stuff.
And so his questions for you guys online, he has a new Mac that he brought down, and triage wouldn't have been able to do it in this time length anyway, because it depends on how much data you have to transfer.
Oh yeah, I know I couldn't do it here, but I just wanted advice on it.
Yeah.
Because there's a bunch of ways to do it. I can
No, there's one best way to do it. You just plug in your Time Machine drive to the new computer. When you fire up your new computer, it asks you a few questions. Say, go from Time Machine, go right through it. And
Well, the problem is I don't want all the crap from my old computer.
you what?
I don't want all the crap from my old computer.
Yeah, you do.
I want the apps because they don't run.
Okay, so what you do is you bring everything in and then delete what you don't want, because otherwise you're not going to be successful bringing stuff in. Because, okay, let me know when you're done. Okay, you bring everything in and then you delete what you don't want, because ultimately you'll delete stuff that you'll need in the thing and it won't work correctly. So that's the only advice. If you want to do a whole manual clean thing, go ahead, but it's not advisable.
But I don't want to copy the apps that are 32 bit.
You copy them in and then just delete them. You got to delete them in there right now. You're going to have to delete it either way, so you can't just pick and choose the apps you want to bring in. You bring in everything and delete what you don't want. If you don't like that advice, go find someone that'll give you the answer go find someone that'll give you the answer you want instead of the answer that's correct. Okay. That's the recommended way. Otherwise, I've seen it go so wrong and you spend tons of money and tons of time getting it fixed. June has a question. Go ahead, June. Unmute yourself.
I like to try the things that you're teaching us while live. So how do I minimize the Zoom meeting screen so I can do that?
There, you can try the green dot in the upper left, or actually in Zoom, go up to View, and nope, that's not it. Window.
I posted a link there.
You can say Minimize. Oh, Al posted a link for you, or you can drag it from the lower left in to do that. So, but the word Window at the top and say Minimize is the first choice on Zoom. And then that should do it. Because, yeah, I know Zoom takes over a lot, but there's a setting in Zoom also that says whenever you fire it up, go into full screen, and you can take that off. But I think Al posted some links for that.
Yeah.
Anybody else before we end up go ahead and calling this one? Feel free, speak up.
Hey, Ken, this is a very specific question. We've chatted a little bit, but would it be worthwhile going over what an access point compared to like a router, like with my situation where I had to extend connectivity?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So we all, we're so dependent on the internet and we have so many different devices that there are challenges for the speed of the internet coming into your house. There's challenges within your house getting it to other rooms and things like that. And so there are a couple ways to attack that. First and foremost, if you're on AT&T and you're using DSL, or SureWest or CCI now, and using DSL, your internet connection is probably not real fast. The way to test that is you get your device or you plug in by Ethernet right to your main router and see what your speed is right there. If your speed in other rooms of the house is lower, then it's a Wi-Fi situation, so you need to address the Wi-Fi in your house. There's a couple ways to do that. The newest and easiest is using what's called a mesh router system, where you have multiple devices as satellites you set up through the house, and one repeats it to the next one, to the next one. And they're full speed, and you want to use at least Wi-Fi. The new protocol is called Wi-Fi 6. And if you use Wi-Fi 6, it will repeat at the same speed. The old setups where we had an airport and an airport express, it would cut your speed in half. So mesh is one way to do it. The other way to do it is if you have a home that's built since I'd say since the 80s or newer, you probably have pretty good wiring and you can use the power line, the Ethernet over power lines. And then the other thing you do is if you have cable in your house, you can use what's called MoCA, M-O-C-A, and it's modem over coaxial cable, and that works quite well, but that's a little bit more extensive. But that's how like the Dish network and people do it with their stuff. But you can, and then like in her case, she ended up having wiring run out to her garage, so her Tesla will be able to hook up to the internet to get software updates. So we recommended, and they ran a hard wire out to there that's hooked to her main router in the house. And then out there, you don't put a second router. You put a router out there that's dumbed down to just be an access point, because you don't want to have two different routers on your network. And this gets all kind of complex and everything's different, but I think the mesh is the best way to go. Different homes have different challenges, upstairs, downstairs. It seems like there's always trouble with Wi-Fi, even if they're right above each other. So everything has to and everything's getting better than it was. So, there's different ways to do it, and everything is different. And, if you want to know that information, send me a kind of a layout of your house and where your stuff is and go from there. And one thing that I've been doing, in fact, I'll be installing it for a client tomorrow. T-Mobile is offering their 5G Wi-Fi in certain areas. And if you can get the 5G Wi-Fi, it's going to be faster than it's going to be at least 100 megabytes, which is incredible. And it's one little box that comes, it looks like a cylinder, and you just plug it in, it comes in over the cell signal, and now it's Wi-Fi throughout your house. And it's not available in all areas, but you can always check if it is, and it's normally $60 a month. They've got it, it'll be 60 a month including taxes. They're discounting it right now to $50 a month for as long as you have it. No contract, nothing. It's incredible. You don't even pay for the device. If you don't turn the device back in, they'll bill your credit card for it. But otherwise, it's no muss, no fuss. So thanks for that question, Bev. Go ahead and ask your other question.
Oh, is there a tutorial on Big Sur? Because there's some stuff that's different, I noticed.
Yeah.
I was trying to drag stuff over to the sidebar and it didn't seem to work.
Yeah, it's kind of, I think they're adapting as they go along. But so you were trying to drag something to the sidebar for favorites? That's favorites over there. It depends on what it is, but it should work.
No, I drag folders over there all the time.
Yeah.
Common folders. On the folder, I have my own little utility folder.
Right.
I'll try again. I just maybe some.
always try a restart because sometimes that's it. And I've been able to put favorites over there. So, and the other thing is you can do, well, actually with Big Sur, the hard resets are different. Are you on a new M1 machine, the Apple Silicon? So you can no longer do the old Zap Pram or reset on that. Just do a regular restart. But that should be, and make sure you're on the newest version. So, yeah. Oh, Randy's got his hand up. Go ahead, Randy. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to dovetail on what you had, what you were talking about the Mesh 6, just trying to give everybody a tip, also maybe a little money-saving incentive. When you do put that in, I did get the Mesh 6 Eero with the base station and the 2 satellites that come with it through Amazon. But I'm with Wave Broadband out in Placer County, and to save a little money, look at your statements that you get each month. I was being charged for a modem as well as, you know, the router. So Wave allowed me to go out and get my own modem, and I put it in. Just have to call your internet provider, register the number, but you're saving a monthly fee. So use it and enjoy.
Yeah, and that's, but also what you want to do, does somebody have 2 devices on in a location here? Somebody, hang on.
There you go.
Is that better? We're not echoing?
Yeah, you're better now.
Okay. That's great. All right. So I've muted you, Bob. So you want to look for their devices that they recommend, because you can find some old modems out there that won't support the new speeds that you can get. So I would make sure you look at that. But yeah, it's a pretty easy setup, and sometimes it's even automatic to get it configured. And you can save between $10 and $25 a month by having your own modem. The one time that doesn't work is if you're using either Comcast or AT&T or Wave and you're using their phone service, not the Xfinity phone cellular service, but the home phone service. If you have a little phone line on your modem router, you can't get, you still have to pay for the modem. So, and I don't know a lot of people that still have that home phone service, but that's the only time you can't buy a modem. So good tip, Randy, I appreciate it. Barbara, you got your hand up, go ahead.
Ken, I was just going to follow up on what you were saying earlier about Apple's decision not to activate this searching your photos. Did they actually put it in the update, which is they said they were going to, and then deactivate it, or they just canceled their plans to put it in from the beginning?
I'm not sure, but it's not on now.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah, I don't think they did activate it. Anybody can tell us if they got a notice from Apple that they had child porn. They can tell us if they if it was activated. I'm only kidding.
Yeah, they want to volunteer that information, right?
Yeah.
Well, I once knew someone in a class.
Yeah. So Mary just said that the news said it was suspended, and you know, suspended. I don't think it ever went active, but I'm not sure. But it's not active now.
Okay, thanks.
Good question. Anybody else? Okay, go ahead. We got one from here. We got a live question. One of the 4 non-board members.
I got an announcement on my computer saying that someone else had been logged on with a new iPhone/iPad.
Yeah.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, so you get a notification that's saying, well, there's 2 different notifications you'll get. On your Mac, sometimes it'll say, somebody using this ID is on your network. Well, that's okay, because that just means that you're connected by Ethernet and by Wi-Fi, and it kind of did out. But you get a message on your iOS device or on your computer that says, someone else has logged into your Apple ID on a certain device, and your only choice is to say, okay. Well, generally speaking, that happens when your device, it doesn't happen all the time, but if you get it, generally speaking, what it is there's a software update that's happened in the background on iOS or something, and it's reconnected because it's saying so when you do at least on an upgrade it does it, but sometimes on an update it will reinitialize itself into your Apple ID. And it doesn't require you to put in your Apple ID password or anything because it stored that, because that used to be a pain in the butt, but now it does it. And that's just an indication of that. And you probably didn't do anything, but it may have been you had a software update that happened in the background. The only time you want to be worried about that if it says, and it's in Russia or somewhere like that. So, but you will get that sometimes. For instance, like at my house, I'm in Lincoln, but my internet connection goes through Rockland, Wave in Rockland, so it'll say somebody in Rockland is signing on to your Apple ID. Don't be alarmed with that. If it's close by, in fact, mine did it just recently. Wave is based up in Washington, and it recently said, and now like if I go to Lowe's or Home Depot, it thinks I'm in Washington because it's routing it through their IPs up there. So, but yeah, that's pretty typical. I wouldn't worry about it. Oh, Mary has a question here.
Of course she does. The T-Mobile breach, and we've gotten a few text messages. Is it recommended that you change all of your passwords, or the ones that are that they know?
So Mary's asking about the T-Mobile breach, which is just the newest of all the breaches that are out there. It's my understanding that AT&T also got breached, but it made news after the T-Mobile, so it didn't really get on the news. She asked whether you have to change all your passwords every way. The recommendation on T-Mobile, so first and foremost, the recommendation is, I'm on T-Mobile. Yes, T-Mobile got a lot of stuff exposed, and so has every other company out there these days. And frankly, I don't care because I have my credit frozen. So nobody can use that information no matter what they do with it. On the one thing you want to do though is they recommend you change your T-Mobile password because there's what's called takeover on that. But there's also a thing you can set with any of your cell phone providers that you set it and it's called, gosh, I forget, don't allow people to change something. And if you go to clark.com, it'll tell you about that and what to do. You should activate that with all your carriers. The other one that's a big deal, and it has nothing related to the T-Mobile, is any of your, not your bank accounts, but any of your financial, your Schwabs, your Fidelities, things like that, where you have securities. You absolutely should go in there and say, never allow wire transfer, because those, and first of all, you should have two-factor authentication on in all of those, but you should, because the problem is you're covered for fraud on your bank and on your credit cards, but you're not covered for fraud on your securities. So you should always have two-factor authentication on your securities, and you should make it so that no wire transfers can happen without your, I believe, live approval. There'll be something on it in that regard. Because they could make trades for you, but the only way they could get it out of your account is if they could make a transfer. So that's very, 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 very important. But the T-Mobile thing, it's just another one of those. All your information is out there. You got to remember, Equifax got hacked, and they have everybody's information from Equifax. So you know what? Just make sure your credit's frozen. Then I could give people my Social Security number, and there's nothing they could do with it. And that's not LifeLock. LifeLock is closing the barn door after the horse is gone. It's called Credit Freeze. And if you just do a Google for clark.com and then put in Credit Freeze, and it walks you through how to freeze your credit on all three bureaus, and trust me, you will sleep better at night if you have it. Now, if you have to go get credit for some reason, like there was a 100,000 mile, a Citibank card that just was offered 100,000 miles credit, and so I like to gather those miles like that. So I signed up for the card, And when it hit, and my credit score is very, very high, and it said, oh, we can't do it because your credit's frozen. And it said, we're using, in this case, I think it was Experian. They hit one of the 3 credit bureaus. So I immediately went in, I went online, I went to my Experian account, and I said, temporary thaw my credit, because it was frozen, temporary thaw it. And I went back and clicked the link for Citibank, and they put it through, and it was seconds later, it was approved. So it's a little bit of a hassle, but trust me, if your identity gets stolen, it's a hassle for years. So I really, really, really encourage credit freeze. Go ahead.
I recently went in to unfreeze my TransUnion.
Uh-huh.
And I called and I wound up talking to the Philippines like a lot of people do. They wanted a security code.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember being given a security code.
You made, with TransUnion, you would have made up a 6-digit security code, and they would have, it would say print it out, and they may have emailed it to you.
Well, anyhow, years back I did it, and I wanted, they would not unfreeze it.
Absolutely, because how do they know it wasn't me calling saying I'm you?
It took 4 phone calls, but I finally got it.
Yeah. So that's why those numbers are important when you get those security freeze numbers. They're a PIN number. The way I recommend people do it is you freeze Experian first because they'll generate a PIN number. Then I use that same PIN number exactly for Equifax, or it's vice versa. Do Equifax first and they generate the number, then I use that number for Experian, and then I only use 6 digits of that number for TransUnion. So anyway, but it's really, that's the whole thing is, and those numbers, I just keep them in my address book. I don't care because people would have to have all my other information to know what those numbers are. But you really need to protect, you really need to have those PIN numbers available for when you're trying to thaw your credit. But did they give you a new PIN number?
No, they never did.
Yeah.
They just simply.
So sometimes if you can log on, like Experian now, instead of having a PIN number, they just have you log into an account.
Also, I'll tell you, I got a whole printout from TransUnion recently of all my credit cards, all my payment history. I never asked for it. But
Well, you may have on a little checkbox or something. So check with Experian that you didn't sign up for their credit monitoring or something too, because that's these credit agencies. So just like Facebook, in Facebook, you are not the customer, you are the product. They sell your information. These credit reporting agencies, the big 3, also, you're not the customer, you're the product. They're selling your information to credit card companies and all these other things. So just remember, they don't bend over backwards to make things easier for you. And they hate credit freeze. They used to charge $10 for it, but now it's free, and it's worth the hassle. So, and again, Al, were you able to get a link for credit.com or
I got
Clark.com? Yeah, Clark.com and just credit freeze, and it'll take you to the 3 bureaus, and that's where you can freeze it and you can thaw it. All right, so one last chance for any question from anybody. I think we'll close it out. And Al, you want to save the chat if you could?
Sure. All right. Let's see here. Okay, we're good to go.
And we'll see everybody for the October class, and I will not be around for the November class. Sorry. Well, I might be remotely, we'll see. Depends on, let's see, in November. Let's see where I am, November, first Saturday in November here.
Expect some travel pics.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Another chapter in the
Let's
ongoing.
see. Saturday, November 6th, I'll be in Morocco, and it looks like I'll be in the desert. So I don't know that will work. And then December 4th, oh my gosh. Nope, I think I fly back This isn't my right airfare. So I think I fly back on Saturday the 4th. So we'll see on that. Anyway, we may switch it to a different day because it's not like it's that hard to get. We may just do Zoom or whatever. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Have a great one.
Thanks,
and
Ken.
Stay out of the smoke and pray for all the evacuees. You got it copied, Al? You're good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Hello? Any? Hello? Is anybody on?